This campaign is a movement of hope that treats everyone with respect and kindness, regardless of political beliefs. If you're here today and you disagree with us, you are still welcome. We only ask that everyone allow the program to continue so all voices can be heard. If at any point someone disrupts the event, we will politely ask them to leave. Thank you again for being here and for being part of this movement with us. And now, please welcome to the stage activist and candidate for Michigan 7 congressional seat, Will Lawrence.
Some of the worst people come into power, and they work to divide us and exploit us. But every time you look in the history books, you will find people, ordinary people, banding together, fighting back and overcoming to leave a better future for their children and grandchildren. And this is one of those times. I got to draw on that right now because when Trump got elected the second time, I was pretty scared and discouraged. I'm not going to lie. But I knew where I had to look for hope. And that was to all of you. To the regular people who are showing up every day to do the right thing. And I saw you flooding into the streets with no clean traps. I saw you preparing to defend our neighbors against ice raids. I saw you feeding and housing and caring for those who are most vulnerable among us. And when I reflected on all that, on those stories that I've learned, I knew what I owed to myself and what I owe to you, which is to stay in this fight and fight harder than ever because the stakes are higher than ever. So I turned my campaign to the United States Congress. When I got into the States last year, people said the same thing about me that they said about Senator Bernie Sanders in 2016. They said, this guy, he really doesn't have a chance. But they don't know what we're capable of. And I'm proud to say that as of today, our movement is the front runner for the Democratic nomination in Michigan. Not only that, polling shows I am the best candidate to beat Tom Barrett this November because I'm not 90 points. something else that I learned from my time as an organizer. When billionaires and corporations are spending millions to tear you down, you're on the brink of victory. That's exactly where Abdul and I are right now. You've seen the attacks, you've seen the smears. Dark money super PACs are spending millions to keep me out of Congress because they know I'll fight for Medicare for all, to stop AI data centers, and to finally get big money out of our politics. Got a lot of it, so it's going to be down to the wire on August 4th. But the good news is that we've got something they don't have, which is people power. And at times, let me tell you about this. In a time when nobody really trusts what they see on TV or online because of AI and misinformation, there is an advantage to face-to-face conversation, a human connection, and a handshake. And that's what we got by the tens of thousands, because we have over 1,000 volunteers who have knocked doors since there was still snow on the ground. I appreciate you. I can ask you to dig deeper than you ever have before so that we can elect me and Abdul on August 4th. So you heard what I say before, some of you weren't here. This afternoon at the Lansing Center, after this rally, we're launching our we ever have. And that is the future that Trump and Barrett have in store for us if we don't fight back. But we are fighting back. And when Abdul and I win on August 4th, we're going to show that it's not just New York and Philadelphia and Denver who are ready for change. It's Michigan and the entire United States who are ready for change. So I want to say thank you to Senator Bernie Sanders for all of your leadership. Thank you to Abdul El-Sayed for being in the fight. Thank you, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Thank you to the Lansing Center staff for helping us out and allowing us to be here today. And thank you to everybody for being here and putting in the work. As I've said since last August, Will is my name. We the people come first, and together we will win. Say it with me. We will win. Thank you, Lansing.
Let's hear it for Will Lawrence. All of you out there, please remember to have a plan to vote and get to the polls to turn out for Will. And now, please give a warm welcome to Mike Huerta, here representing UAW Region 1D.
Hello, Lansing. You look great. I have to follow Will Lawrence, so I have the unfortunate privilege of that. Thank you, Will, for getting everybody so riled up. My name is Mike Huerta. I am a proud member of the mighty UAW. 2020, or 2020, I was elected president of UAW Local 602. I was president for 6 years before joining international staff. I gave the reins to Isaiah Fuller, president of the Local 602 currently, and I'm here to tell you that Lansing is a union town. In Michigan, we have fought time after time to make sure working families could have the dignity we deserve, from the sit-down strike to the stand-up strike. In 2023, over 2,000 Local 602 members walked off the job, set down their tools, and went onto the picket line to stand up and fight for dignity we earned. Some of those 602 members are right here. For 5 weeks, we walked the picket line, we fought like hell, and Lansing came to help us. Thank you, Lansing. We had people from the community dropping off food nonstop, dropping off waters, coming to walk on our picket lines. They helped us over and over again for 5 weeks. We were there 24/7 on the picket lines, 4 different locations. It got cold at night. We had burn barrels, the whole 9 yards, but we did it, and we had unbelievable historic gains. Here's what I learned in that time. We can face down the most powerful. We can stand together against all odds. We can decide that we've had enough and fight like hell for the dignity that we deserve. We can use the most powerful tool we've got, solidarity. I share these lessons with all of you here because we're in one of those moments in our country. I ask you this: are you willing to fight for our future? Now, standing backstage, I heard a little bit louder than that. Are you willing to fight for our future? So are we at the UAW. That's why we're fighting like hell to elect Abdul El-Sayed to Senate. We want him to join other leaders that are fighting for a future in Washington, D.C., and so I'm honored to come before one of those leaders. She's inspired millions. She's shown us what it looks like when a working class woman decided they've had enough and decides to be bold and run for Congress. She showed us what it looks like to win and then never forget where you've come from. So Lansing, I'm proud in a couple minutes to have spoken to you for just briefly, but coming up in a couple minutes, we're going to have Representative Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Thank you, Lansing.
Friends, the Congresswoman will be joining us in just a moment. All right, folks. I need you to look at your left hand. I need you to look at your right hand. Now put those hands together and give a huge Michigan welcome to New York City's finest, the People's Champion, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Hello, Lansing! How are we all doing today? Are you all ready to take this state home? Are we ready to nominate Dr. Abdul to the United States Senate? Are you all ready to kick Mike Rogers to the curb and show this whole country what we are capable of together? It is such a privilege and an honor to be here with you all today. Thank you to UAW Local 602 President Mike Huerta, who just spoke right now. And I gotta say, Lansing, what the UAW has accomplished in the last few years here in Michigan and around the country is absolutely incredible. It genuinely is. It really is a demonstration, and it shows that the way we are going to improve our lives is, yes, in elections, but also in taking power in our own hands, in our workplaces, in our unions, in our communities, joining together, organizing block by block. We change our country by putting it all in our own hands. Yes, we cast a ballot once or twice or a couple times a year, but it's what we do day in and day out. The people that we work with, the neighbors that we bring a hot dish for, the family that we organize together with that actually changes our lives. And that's what this race is all about. And that's why I'm especially happy to be here with my dear friend, the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Lansing, we know why we're here. We are here because in November, Democrats have to win a majority in the Congress. A majority in the House and a majority in the Senate. Because we need a firewall against an administration that is hell-bent on tearing down in 4 years what it took this country 250 years to build. We saw it just a few nights ago in President Trump's primetime address. Now, for those of you all who wisely tuned it out, Trump spent most of his speech rehashing the same big, old, tired lie about the 2020 election. The man cannot stand the truth, so he has to manufacture a fiction where he is popular. A fairy tale about America, where the majority of us fear our neighbors, where most of us think that this country is so much smaller than it actually is. But we have to remember that it is just that, fiction, fairy tales, a myth, a story, a lie. because he will stop at nothing to stay in power. And if we don't take back the House and the Senate this fall, we're going to make it a lot easier for him and his cronies to do just that. So Michigan, we've got no time to waste. So the question before us is not if or how, not if we win a majority, but how we win a durable majority. How do we make our country a true land of opportunity and affordability for all of us once again? And to answer that question, we have to look inward. We have to be willing to name the mistakes that got us here. Because it wasn't just that Donald Trump won, it's that Democrats lost. And the moment we are willing to admit and name some of the causes that got us here is the moment that we can start turning the ship around and making things right again. Because we, as Democrats, have a responsibility to win and to make people's lives better, to make working people's lives better, to make our health care affordable, to make our wages higher, to make our unions stronger, to make our air breathable, our water drinkable, our food edible and healthy for all. Michigan, you have a front row seat to some of these causes, driving much of the desperation and difficulty of this moment. You've seen how these bad trade deals have sold out the American working class and hollowed out communities across this state and the country. You've seen how the Great Recession, authored and engineered by the greediest folks on Wall Street, went unchecked and kicked so many people out of our homes without nearly anyone going to jail for it. It's another cause. And yes, you've also seen the suite of shameful and quiet bigotries that hide in the shadows: racism, sexism, fear of our neighbor, that seem to rear their head the strongest when we get the closest to uniting across our differences. But I want us all to understand that that is what the last gasp looks like. That is what the last gasp looks like. They want us to think that these forces are too powerful for us to overcome, that this is just how things are. But the reason they've come at it so strong is because they know that this is their last chance. This is the last gasp of corruption, of bigotry, of big money in politics. And people are starting to wake up. People are starting to come together, and we've seen it this year, just this year, in the last couple of years. Folks are getting outspent across the country, and they're winning anyway. In New Jersey, in Pennsylvania, in New York, and across the country, people are waking up because we have to be willing to acknowledge one of the final and biggest causes of the dysfunction and corruption of this moment. Many years, both political parties have been consumed over decades and become totally enmeshed in a corrupt political system that has stopped serving working people. Our entire electoral system has become consumed by big money. And thanks to this administration and Donald Trump and the Republicans and this corrupt Supreme Court, it is now worse than ever. And what this has created is an environment where instead of putting voters first, with little exception, Washington elevates the desires of lobbyists and powerful corporations at the expense of the rest of us. And what does that mean in practice? Decision after decision, small vote after small vote, things erode, and it means that real wages are falling behind, the prices of everything is skyrocketing, our water, our food, our air are making us sick, all to pad the profits of major corporations. And the accountability for hurting everyday people has been far too little, if it even comes at all. Which brings us to right now, Lansing, because there are things that are happening in this country that people are shocked by. Everyday people, Republican, Independent, and Democrat. A government we are seeing increasingly by and for the oligarchs. The idea that our tax dollars are going to masked ICE paramilitary agents shooting Americans in the street with no further questions. A president and administration so corrupt that they don't even pretend to hide their self-dealing anymore. And you've got members of Congress and Trump insiders getting themselves rich on insider trading and online betting while you can't make your rent or your mortgage. And for the last 3 years, every one of us has borne witness to a genocide in Gaza committed with American bombs and financed by American dollars, while our kids here at home have to ration their inhalers because politicians say that healthcare is too expensive, but flattening a country is not. And now, big money is flooding our political system from every one of these interests to make sure that none of this ever changes. Because that's always been their reliable playbook. Do whatever you want during governance, and then about 3 weeks before an election, drop tens of millions of dollars and people will just go your way. Special interests dump millions of dollars into our community. They flood airwaves with ads and glossy postcards in our mailboxes. And they just think that we're going to go their way. But when the stakes are so high, and when more people than ever are living so close to the bone, eventually we have to ask ourselves, is the answer to our problems the same playbook over and over again? A same playbook that says in order to win, Democrats have to rely on the same dark money that so far has come from the same people that backed 35 election deniers to Congress who voted to overturn the 2020 election. A playbook that says in order to win, we have to show deference to Trump by voting to thank his same ICE agency that has shot Renee Good, Alex Preddy, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, and Johann Sebastián Durán Guerrero. A playbook that says in order to win, we must be defenders of the same status quo that is drowning us. No. And people want to think that this idea that rejecting this and not taking big money is foolish. But it's not foolish, Michigan. It is the responsible and right thing to do. And I believe Michiganders, that Democrats, Republicans, and independents believe that good leadership swings for the fences for the working class in this country. Strong leadership actually gets big money out of our system, not just by talking the talk, but by walking the walk. Leadership of integrity takes on the corruption that is blocking common sense solutions to lift up working people. And by the way, good leadership knows that in order to do that, it helps not to take their money in the first place. And pundits want to dismiss this idea as naive. But I've got to tell you something. The last time that Democrats won the largest House majority since Watergate, that was in 2018. We won it when Democrats, frankly, of all backgrounds and beliefs, rural and urban, progressive, even moderate, in 2018, we won that largest majority because we ran 185 candidates of all backgrounds and not taking a dime in corporate money. So it's not naive, Lansing, it's how we win. If you want to win a general election, we got to show that we're not in cahoots with the people hurting us. And it's not just smart, it's not just what we need, it's what you deserve. You deserve a government that answers to you. And yes, compared to how things work today, admittedly, a government that listens to you more loudly than it listens to big money is revolutionary. But it's also the future. The future is Democrats who take on big companies that are scamming you, Democrats who lower your bills, Democrats who put more money in your pocket, Democrats who fight corporate greed everywhere we find it, Democrats who want to make healthcare a human and guaranteed right in the richest nation on earth. Michigan, you deserve Democrats that treat the disease of our politics and not just the symptoms of what brought us Trump. And you deserve Democrats that don't negotiate or placate corruption, but Democrats who defeat it once and for all. You deserve it because you matter. But we know that this will not come as a matter of course. It's not going to come by waiting patiently. And it's not going to come by making the same decisions we've always made. Michigan, this is something that we have to choose, each and every one of us as individuals. It is something that we have to elect to do. And right now, there is a very clear choice before us. We can choose to reward the $50 million in dark money by voting their way, which, by the way, Michigan, do you think that $50 million is for free? Do you think that $50 million is an act of charity? We know how this works. There's $50 million in this race because they're expecting a return. It's an investment. And how they make back their money is by allowing all of this stuff to continue so that you pay more and more into their pockets. That's what that $50 million is about. So we can choose that, or we can choose Dr. Abdul El-Sayed for the United States Senate. And Michigan, that choice is waiting for us right now. It's in your mailboxes at home, and it's in the polling stations waiting for you on August 4th. Because as much as we may be appalled at what is happening, ultimately, our democracy is our responsibility. They can dump all the money that they have, but what they're trying to buy is not just the Senate's vote, but yours. They're trying to buy your vote, Michigan. And you have to say that you are not for sale. Because if we want a different politics, we have got to elect different politicians. So we have to come here to say, Abdul El-Sayed represents the politics of the future. And if we want to not only win a Senate majority, but win a majority that actually means something, win a majority that actually changes something, win a majority that when we have it, all we hear are excuses, but when Republicans have it, everything seems to get demolished overnight. If we want to win a majority that changes that dynamic, then we have to elect Abdul. Abdul is a son of Michigan, and that means something. Because he has been shaped by the workers who built this state, by the parents who kept their families together through bankruptcy and disinvestment, by the neighbors who kept showing up for one another when powerful people had written Michigan off. And he doesn't just speak to those values, he lives them. He lives them. Because you knew him before the rest of the country learned his name. And you know that when Detroit was coming out of bankruptcy, and when the consultants and creditors lined their pockets and picked it clean, Abdul had all of the opportunities before him. He could have gotten a fancy job somewhere and ignored what was happening here at home. But instead, he came home and rebuilt its health department here in Michigan. And you know that when kids here in Michigan couldn't see the blackboard, Abdul went out and got them glasses. Abdul is a man of integrity and discipline, a man of faith devoted to his family, to his beautiful daughters. He was the son of workers in this state and has stood alongside them in every fight, along every step of the way, and that is why he earned the endorsement of the UAW. And that's not the only union that's endorsed Abdul either. We've seen down the line, he is supported by a coalition of the working class. And that's why this moment is actually bigger than just ideology or party. This is a moment of class and country. Because it's not about left and right, it's about top and bottom, Michigan. So when they ask you what the politics of the future looks like, you tell them this. Tell them it looks like a doctor who answers to people, not his donors. You tell them it looks like Lansing. And you tell them that what the future looks like is that when a year or two after Republicans decide to pass some of the biggest cuts in American history to our healthcare system, cuts to the ACA, to Medicaid, to Medicare, to your private insurance, making it harder for small businesses to insure their employees. You tell them the year after they do that, Michigan elects a public health official to the United States Senate. And when we win, when we send Abdul to the Senate and take back the House majority, we're not going to go back to the status quo that got us here. We're going to fight to guarantee health care to every American. We're going to raise the minimum wage. We're going to fight for stronger unions. And we are going to guarantee health care to every person in this country. We are going to get big money out of politics once and for all. And we're going to make sure that no child in Michigan ever drinks poisoned water ever again. Thank you, Lansing. God bless you. And now it is my honor to introduce someone who has spent his life trying to bring us all together. A very good friend of mine, Lansing, please welcome Senator Bernie Sanders.
Whoa! Thank you, Lansing. This is a great turnout, and thank you all very much for coming out to make sure that Abdul El-Sayed is the next U.S. Senator from Michigan. And Will Lawrence is your next congressman. And let me thank the rodeo boys. And let me thank Mike Quarter from the UAW, one of the great unions in the country. And let me thank Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez for not only doing a great job in Washington, but in inspiring a whole generation of young people to fight for justice. Look, I don't have to tell anyone here that we are living in an unprecedented, crazy, and dangerous moment in American history. And I think everybody here knows that the Senate Democratic primary here in Michigan is much more than just a contest between two candidates. There is a reason why the whole country is watching this race. And in fact, people all over the world are watching what's happening here in the state of Michigan. And the reason for that is that at a time when we have more wealth and more inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country, at a time when fewer people, a handful of people, have never held so much wealth and power in the history of this country, people all over America and the world are asking, is democracy alive and well in America, or will a handful of billionaires and their super PACs be able to buy this election? This is an election between oligarchy and democracy. We believe in democracy. What we believe is an election is supposed to be a clash of ideas. People have different points of view. Let's hear them. That's not what this election is about. It's about AIPAC and other super PACs funded by billionaires spending up to now $50 million trying to buy this election. And I would say to people in Michigan, maybe you disagree with Abdul on this or that issue, but please stand with us. Do not allow the oligarchs to destroy American democracy and buy elections. And what this election is also about is an understanding that all across our country, from California to New York and every place in between, working families are standing up and they're saying, enough is enough. This country belongs to all of us, not just a handful of super-rich oligarchs. Now, what this campaign is about and Americans' concern is about is certainly the outrageous behavior that is taking place in the White House right now. There is growing opposition, not only among Democrats, not only among independents, but among Republicans as well. Opposition to a president who, in my view, is mentally unstable. A president who is an authoritarian, does not believe in the rule of law. It is opposition to a president who is a narcissist, who, if he had his way, would name half of the buildings in America after him. A president who is a pathological liar, does not know the difference between a lie and the truth. President who is a kleptocrat, who has made billions of dollars since he has been president, while he enriches his family as well. And it is about a president who, as a candidate, said, you know what, we're going to end endless wars. And yet got us into this terrible, unprovoked war with Iran, which has killed tens of thousands of people in the region, raised prices in America all over the world. And people are understanding the disaster we have in the White House. But opposition and concern in America goes beyond Trump. The working families of our country are increasingly tired of establishment politics. And they are tired of the same old establishment policies. They understand. You don't need a PhD in economics to understand it. They understand there's something wrong when in the richest country on earth, 60% of our people, 60%, are living paycheck to paycheck. They understand that there's something wrong when Americans are literally struggling to put food on the table, to pay for rent, to pay for health care, to maybe put aside a few bucks for retirement. And they understand that we're living in a rigged economic system when we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth, while the very richest people in America have never, ever had it so good. And the American people are tired of a handful of billionaires who have incredible power over our economy, more concentration of ownership than ever before, more ownership of the media. And now these billionaires, not content with controlling the economy, not content with having more income and wealth inequality than ever before, now they want to buy our political system. We will not allow that to happen. Let me tell you something else, that all over this country, the American people are sick and tired of wealthy campaign contributors and their super PACs controlling the Democratic Party. The American people want to decide who the Democratic candidates will be, not wealthy campaign donors. And all across this country, we have seen it in the last year, The American people are standing up to the establishment and voting for change. Just within the last year, taking on all of the big money, we have won as progressives mayor's races in New York City with Zohran Mamdani. We have won mayor's races in Seattle and Washington, D.C. We have won congressional elections and Democratic primaries in Arizona, Ohio, Pennsylvania, California, Montana, Colorado, New Jersey, and New York. And the reason that the billionaires are getting so nervous is they know we're going to win here in Michigan as well. And believe me, they are getting nervous. They can't believe it. Working people standing up, demanding to have a government and an economy that works for them and not just the 1%. So right now, here in Michigan, to the best of my understanding, billionaire class and their super PACs are outspending Abdul 12-1. Can you believe that? And he's been raising money, 12-1. Now, what is that? Why is that? What are they afraid of? Well, the answer is pretty obvious. They know that when Abdul is elected to the Senate, he will work with me and other progressives in taking on the greed of the billionaire class. So what else frightens them so much about Abdul? Why are they spending so much money? So let me give you a few examples. Now, I don't want you to fall off of your chairs, because what I'm going to tell you has been described by some of our Republican colleagues as communistic, as far, far left, as extremist. Are you ready for it? All right, I don't want people having heart attacks here. Pretty radical stuff. Are you ready? Here we go. Abdul El-Sayed is a physician. And as a doctor, he understands what everybody else in America understands, that our current healthcare system is broken, dysfunctional, and wildly expensive. He understands that there is something insane that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, we are the only major country that does not guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child. All right, you ready for the radical idea? Do we got medical technicians in the room? Abdul El-Sayed believes in Medicare for all. Now, how far left and crazy can you believe to think that every American should have health care and that the function of a rational health care system should not simply to make billions in profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies? All right. This is a sturdy audience. I haven't seen anybody collapse yet. So I'm going to tell you another radical extremist idea from Abdul and me. You ready for it? Abdul thinks that there is something wrong in our economy when the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. Now, I know that the 1% thinks that's a pretty good idea. Most of us don't. And he thinks it is basically obscene that in America today, we have one person, Mr. Elon Musk, one person who owns 3 times more wealth than the bottom half of American households. So Abdul believes with me and a majority of the American people that the time is long overdue for the billionaire class to start paying their fair share of taxes. You want to hear another radical idea? Oh, I know this is quite incredible how radical these ideas are, only supported by the overwhelming majority of the American people. All right, here you go. All right, hang on now. Abdul, unlike the President of the United States, does not believe that climate change is a hoax. I know, another radical idea. But he believes, as most Americans do, that we can create millions of good-paying union jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency. And here is another issue, which I think is exploding all over the country. I know in Michigan, in Vermont. And that is, right now, we have a handful of the very wealthiest people in the world, people like Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, Ellison, pushing AI and robotics. As I think everybody in this room knows, and the American people are catching on. I know Will Lawrence talks about this all the time as well. AI stands the real likelihood, and robotics, of eliminating tens of millions of jobs, good-paying jobs, in the next decade. AI will eviscerate our privacy rights if we don't fight back, undermine our democracy, and negatively impact the mental health of our children. Just as an aside, I was talking to a brilliant psychiatrist out in California, and she runs a clinic for kids and adolescents who are dealing with addiction. Do you know what the major addiction of the kids she is dealing with right now? Screen time. We're looking at a nation where the reading levels of our kids are in decline. Writing levels are in decline, cognitive capabilities are in decline. And Abdul and I and the overwhelming majority of the American people think it's time we stood up to the greed of the AI industry and that we made certain that AI works for all of us, not simply to enrich the richest people in the world. And Abdul also has the crazy idea that maybe in the richest country on earth, we should have the best public educational system in the world. In New York City, Mayor Mamdani is moving to making child care free and universal. And that is what we should be doing in every state in the country. We want to be paying our teachers the kind of wages that they need. So that we attract and maintain the best and the brightest we can and must have in a competitive global economy, the best educational system in the world. We can do it. And my friends, I think you all know why AIPAC has put in almost $30 million into this campaign against Abdul. Israel suffered a terrible attack a number of years ago. They had the right to defend themselves, but they did not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian population. They did not have the right to kill 73,000 Palestinians, a majority of whom were children, women, and the elderly, or to wound 173,000 more. They did not have the right to destroy virtually the entire infrastructure of Gaza, the schools, the health facilities, the water systems, wastewater plants, the electric grid, and they did not have the right to destroy or damage 92% of the housing units of Gaza. So what this campaign is about, among many other things, is that when Abdul goes to the United States Senate, he will vote with me and say not another nickel to the extremist Netanyahu government in Israel. So this campaign is about whether we maintain the status quo, a status quo which is failing working families in Vermont, Michigan, and all over this country, whether we maintain a foreign policy which has been a moral disaster, or whether we stand up and fight for change. That is what this campaign is about. And this campaign, to get back to the very first point that I made, and there's an enormous responsibility on the shoulders of the people in Michigan, and that is the airwaves are now full of attacks against Abdul, et cetera, et cetera. They're going after him hard. And the whole country is looking at Michigan and saying, can you withstand that massive amounts of money? And I know that you can. I know that you're going to send somebody to the United States Senate who's going to work with me and others for economic justice, for social justice, for racial justice, for environmental justice. So, brothers and sisters, it is my honor to introduce to you the next United States Senator from Michigan, Abdul El-Sayed.
And still I see no changes. Can a brother get a little peace? It's war on the streets and a war in the Middle East. Instead of war on poverty, they got a war on drugs and the police can bother me. And I ain't never did a crime I ain't have to do. But now back in the house.
All right.
Thank you.
Y'all
too kind. Thank you. Thank you.
How we doing, Lansing? So I just want to say how grateful I am to all of you out here. And I want to just say how grateful I am to our incredible guests who are with us here today. We started the day listening to the incredible future congressman from the 7th District of Michigan, Will Lawrence. We will. We had labor in the House. Incredible leadership from the UAW. We've got our nurses back here. Where's my AFT teachers at? We heard from the incredible Congresswoman from the Bronx, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And then we had the OG himself, a man who has been preaching the good word about Medicare for all for the longest, Senator Bernie Sanders. And now it's time to talk about what we're about to do on August 4th. We're going to get money out of? Put money in your? Pass Medicare for? Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's talk about how we do it. Y'all know I was never supposed to run for office. My parents gave me an 11-letter first name. It's got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't know they got. I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be a doctor because I could go 15 hours to my family's native Egypt. And I'd spend my time there with the smartest, wisest person I ever met in my life, my teta, my grandmother Saad. She never got to go to school. 9th of 14, born and raised in a time and a place where girls like her, however brilliant they were, didn't get that opportunity. She gave birth to 8 babies. Raised 6, 2 died before their first birthday. And in my time there, she would remind me something that I never fully appreciated until I got older. She'd point out all my cousins. She'd tell me how one of them was smarter than me, the other one taller and better looking. That's not that hard. Third one worked harder. Fourth one more athletic. And I'd ask her, what do I got going for me? She said, you have the best thing of all. I said, what's that? I said, you get to go back to America at the end of the summer. The rest of your cousins have to stay here. She was teaching me about opportunity. See, when you got a name like mine and you're running for statewide office, folks like to come out of the nether regions of the internet and ask, you must hate America. Don't get it twisted. I love America. I love America because I know exactly what America gave to me. I know what my life would have been but for the accident of history by which I got to be born here. Got to go to amazing public schools. Got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by a public agency at the NIH. Those are all things my cousins could never have dreamed of. Opportunities I got to live out because of America. Now, in the 15 hours it would take me to get to Egypt, I'd travel a difference of about 10 years in life expectancy. Here's the crazy thing, I didn't have to go 15 hours. I could go 15 minutes from where I grew up. Either north to the city of Pontiac or south into the city of Detroit. And either way, I'd cross the same 10-year life expectancy gap. And it shouldn't matter the color of your skin. It shouldn't matter what you or your parents do for work, that you deserve a long, healthy life in these United States of America. And I love America enough to be honest with her. The fact that for me, I got all of these incredible privileges and kids growing up 15 minutes away did not, despite the fact that their families had been here far longer than mine. And that's what we're talking about when it means to love America, is to ask America to be America for all of her children. I knew I wanted to do something about that life expectancy difference, so I thought I was going to be able to do something about it as a doctor. I went off to medical school only to realize that our healthcare system is too often not just not part of the solution. Too often it's part of the problem. Watched as the patients who needed it most got chewed up and spit out. Denied the care that they needed simply because they could not be monetized. They didn't have enough money. And I realized I wanted to go into public health. Y'all, I think we all probably could use a little bit more public health. I don't know if I've heard the words explosive diarrhea said more times. I mean, look, you can barely breathe the air. The toilets are having a rough time. And I don't think it's a coincidence that RFK Jr. is health secretary. Look, if I were to be elected, I'd be the first Democratic doctor elected to the U.S. Senate since 1969, first ever public health official elected to the U.S. Senate. And I think, given the experience that Michigan is having right now, we probably could all agree we could use one of those right about now. Now look, I got the opportunity to come home to the city of Detroit to rebuild Detroit's health department, led Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services. We thought outside the box about what public health could be and do. When we realized that 30% of our kids who we knew needed glasses wouldn't get a pair, we built a program to provide a free pair for every student who needed one. A program that's done tens of thousands of pairs of glasses across the state. Now look, if you were to drive from here south to Ohio, not that I recommend that, they were telling me that you're in Spartan territory. Look, I go blue, but we can go green as long as we all agree we don't go red. But if you were to drive south, you would drive down 75 and you would come upon, in southwest Detroit, a Marathon petroleum refinery. Biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the entire state of Michigan. And they wanted to raise their emissions. And together with the local community, we stood up. Forced them to invest $10 million of their own money to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. In Wayne County, we put air quality monitors all over our county. We had every school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water after the Flint water crisis. Put Narcan in vending machines in 100 locations for free. Built a program to provide free health insurance for new small businesses. And when we found out that Wayne County ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide, we realized that we could eliminate it for pennies on the dollar. So guess what we did? We set aside $7 million to erase up to $700 million of medical debt for 300,000 people. But I'm never going to forget that day, sitting in my office in Wayne County, when this administration froze federal funds. Y'all remember that? I'm trying to figure out how to keep WIC checks going out next week to make sure that moms and babies got food on the table. how to make sure that people aren't missing appointments at our federally qualified health centers, how to make sure that vaccines keep going in arms. And that's when I got a notification on my phone that after his long career, our current U.S. Senator Gary Peters was not seeking re-election. And I had to ask myself, when is it that we're going to get a U.S. Senator that's got some actual fight in him? So we're fighting a campaign to do three simple things that y'all already know. To get money out of, put money in your, pass Medicare for. That campaign has taken me now to 110 cities. 475 public events. And no matter where I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard to afford a second bag of groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay your rent or ever believe you could own a home. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the whole world. Shouldn't be this hard to pay your taxes and know that that money is going to be spent on you and your kids instead of dropping bombs on somebody else and their kids. Shouldn't be this hard. It's a crazy thing that in the year of our Lord, 2026, I am the only candidate running for U.S. Senate who's never taken a dime from a corporation to run a campaign and never will. And to be frank with you all, Lansing, I think that should be illegal. I just want to set the frame of this debate. The individual I'm running against in this primary and the individual who I will run against in the general election, both of them have taken money from DTE. Both of them have taken money from Blue Cross. Both of them are taking money from Big Pharma. Both of them are taking money from Big Tech. Both of them are taking money and willing to take money from AIPAC. So ask yourself, you know who wins if either Haley Stevens or Mike Rogers wins? DTE, Blue Cross, Big Tech, Big Pharma, and AIPAC. Democrats, I'm a proud Democrat. But you know, if you've heard, Democrats are really worried. And, you know, they like to pretend that they're worried that I might not win. But actually, the real worry is that I might actually win. Because until we as a party get right on addressing the conflict of interest that sits at the heart of our fighting for working people, but then taking money from corporations, until we decide that we are going to fight for the people instead of the corporations that are nickel and diming the people, I worry that we're going to continue to struggle to find a message. Now here's the thing about it. We found a message. Maybe we start by getting money out of, put money in your, passing Medicare for. And look, once we finally take on Citizens United, when we finally take on the power of corporations, maybe then we can actually show up and stand for working people. Now look, you heard from union leaders today, but it's no coincidence that we've got an economy that's churning out billionaires at a record pace, while union participation is near an all-time low. But y'all, I don't have to tell you here in Lansing. You know, unions built the middle class. Unions built the 40-hour work week. Unions built the weekend. Unions built the fact that our kids go to school instead of going to work. And it is time for us to stand with unions so unions can build them again. Now about them billionaires. You know how many millionaires you can make for one billionaire? 1,000 of them. I don't know. I'd rather live in an economy that has 1,000 millionaires than one billionaire. Now, another math problem. Y'all didn't realize you were coming to class today. If you tax a billionaire at 8%, you know what they still are? Still a billionaire. Because their money makes money. Average billionaire makes 10%. You know how much that is? That's $100 million. So if I tax you at 8% of your wealth, oh no, now you're only gonna make $20 million doing absolute jack shit. So I think it is time for us to tax billionaires their wealth. Now, I don't know about you all, but I'm sick and tired of watching the likes of DTE jack up my rates. I'm sick and tired of Blue Cross jacking up our rates. And the reason they're able to do that is because they're functionally monopolies. Blue Cross controls 70% of the insurance market in this state. And I don't know, I read about capitalism. And they keep trying to tell me, oh, well, the risk to capitalism is government regulation. No, it's not. The risk to capitalism is monopoly. And we passed laws against that 100 years ago. So maybe we should show up and actually enforce those laws and stop them from price gouging us at every turn. Now, I don't know about you all, but when I pay my taxes, I'm not thinking, man, I can't wait for Israel to have a tank and a bomb. I'm thinking, man, I hope that they finally fix that school down the street. Maybe somebody might actually pave that pothole they've been talking about paving for a while. So maybe we should end the practice of unconditional foreign military aid to Israel. And look, we should end it for Israel and Egypt, where my family came from, and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the UAE and Jordan and Pakistan, because I want my money here. I want health care here. I want good schools here. You know, I say that, and then everybody's like, well, it must be because he hates people. I don't hate anybody. And let me just be very clear. I was so privileged to grow up in a community with a very large Jewish population. I learned about the incredible faith of Judaism. I learned about the incredible history and traditions of the Jewish people, and the incredible contributions that the Jewish people have made to our society here. I love and revere Judaism and the Jewish people, full stop. And I love and revere Palestinians and their history and their culture. And I love and revere kids in Michigan who are going to schools that are underfunded and driving on roads that are broken. And while their schools need repair and they need health care, I for damn sure am not going to stand idly by while politicians tell us that the best use of our money is to spend the money that should be rebuilding their schools to a foreign government that wants to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination and destroy schools and health care for other people. I don't want my tax dollars funding genocide and apartheid when they could be building schools and health care in Michigan. I don't want to fight wars we don't need to be fighting. I want health care in Michigan. Now look, Let's talk about healthcare in Michigan. I'm really proud of the work we did to eliminate medical debt. Really. But like, medical debt shouldn't exist. This is the most powerful, richest country in the history of the world. And we're walking around with a collective $225 billion in medical debt. A third of families holding medical debt because they went and saw a doctor when they got sick. We could abolish and eliminate that medical debt for a penny on the dollar. And I just want you to understand what that means. 225, I told you we're going to class, right? $225 billion in medical debt. Abolished for a penny on the dollar, that's what? $2.25 billion? My opponent in this race just voted last week to send $1 billion more than that to a foreign government, and we could have used it to eliminate all the medical debt in this country. Now, you wonder why you're seeing attack ad after attack ad. It's because I have the courage to stand here and say that. And the best single way to make sure that we never have medical debt is to fulfill the promise that is yet unmet in this country and guarantee health care through Medicare for all. Now look, I know I'm not supposed to run for office. I got the wrong name. I pray the wrong way. My family comes from the wrong part of the world. I understand all of that. But I am not going to stand here and tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for. I'm not going to tell you that the next election is really the one where you should start to fight for health care. This one's just too important. I'm not going to tell you that it's okay to take money from the same people who've been nickel and diming us because that might secure the win. Because what are we winning for anyway? If not to build the future that we actually need and deserve. Now, earlier this month, we commemorated the 250th anniversary of our country. Yeah, we can cheer for that. We should cheer for that. Now look, it's my practice every year on my birthday to reflect on the year that was. Any honest reflection has to take into account both the things that went well and the things that didn't. And as we think about that 250th anniversary, it behooves us to think honestly and critically about the complicated history of our country. A country that was built on the accommodation of slavery. A country where for most of that 250 years, women struggled to have any participation in our system. A country that even after we abolished slavery, we still contend with the legacy of Jim Crow and segregation and structural racism even today. A country that was built on Indian removal, that has never made Native Americans whole. A country where people are still discriminated against because of how they love, how they identify, or if or how they pray. And at the same time, I know what my life would have been if I was not born here. This country has the ability to do incredible things. And best of all, this country has the ability to correct. And right now, we may not get to change the last 250 years, but we have a choice about what the next 250 will look like. That correcting doesn't happen on its own. It's not self-correcting. Our country corrects because brave patriots choose to stand up and look our country and the opportunities in front of us in the eye and say that tomorrow can be brighter, more equal, more honest than yesterday. And they start small. They're always told, you're not going to succeed. The powers arrayed against you are too large. There is too much money at stake. It's not possible to beat it. Why even try? And yet those brave patriots keep trying. Conversations, one-on-one, appealing to the nature that tells us that things really can be better. That shows us when we know something is wrong and that everybody around you with power tells you it's just fine, that you know in your heart that's not right. And good people come together, they find each other, and they grow in numbers. Conversations, quiet, in quiet rooms, turn into rallies in big rooms. People coming together around the ideals that we are supposed to fight for. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men should say people were created equal. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And Lansing, I'll tell you right now, is a time for correcting. This race, in the end, could not be a starker vision between two different directions. $50 million. That's what's already been spent to beat one candidate to buy one U.S. Senate seat. $50 million. You could buy a super mega yacht. Buy a super mega yacht, you could buy buildings. And instead, somebody chose to spend $50 million. Now, I wonder why. You think they're just doing it out of the goodness of their heart? We don't like the cut of his jib. We don't like his beard. He's too short. Or is it because of what they know they get in return? When DTE spends money to buy a Senate seat, they're not just buying a Senate seat. They're buying quietude when you lose your power for 5 days because of a mild storm. When Blue Cross tries to buy a Senate seat, they're buying the ability to raise your premiums again and again and again. When big tech buys a Senate seat, they're buying a data center in your backyard. When Big Pharma buys a Senate seat, they're buying the right to raise your prescription drug prices through the roof. And when AIPAC buys a Senate seat, they're buying your tax dollars to get spent somewhere else to kill other people rather than here to save our own. And on the other side, we have an opportunity to put ourselves back in our politics. To decide that we are not going to be told what we cannot have and should not fight for by the folks who have been rigging our economy and our politics for way too long. We have the opportunity to put ourselves into the conversation, to choose to have those conversations with our loved ones and our friends and our neighbors about who we are and who we want to be. To decide that however many 30-second ads they're going to put on TV, we're going to counter them with hours-long conversations. They think, though, that they're going to get us to back down. They don't know us. They don't know what we're fighting for. So when they hit us with their $50 million, we won't back down. When they tell us that we can't guarantee health care, we won't back down. When they tell us that we can't form a union at our job, we won't back down. when they tell us that their money is bigger than our people. We won't back down when they tell us that the best use of our money is to hurt other people instead of spend on our own kids. We won't back down when they tell us that the power of the people is not big enough. We won't back down, and we will win this fight on August 4th. We'll win it again on November 3rd, and we will build the Michigan we need and deserve. Lansing, this is our future to build. This is our fight to win. This is our Senate seat to hold. This is our America to declare a brighter future for. Because the next 250 is for us and our making, of the people, by the people, and for the people. My name is Abdul and I hope I can earn your support. Thank you so much.
It is so fantastic to see you all here. My name is James. I'll be your master of ceremonies this evening. This campaign is about three things. It's about getting money out of our politics. Say it with me now. It's about putting money in our pocket. It's about passing Medicare for all. Above all, this campaign is a movement of hope for the future of the state, for the future of this country. And every movement needs people. So if you've not yet found yourself doing the very important volunteer work to help Abdul get elected, to send Abdul to the United States Senate this November, we need you here. If you have not yet found yourself knocking a door, making a phone call, I need you to pull out your phone right now. And here's what you're going to do. You're going to text WIN. That's W-I-N. Exactly what we're going to do on August 4th. And I need you to text WIN to 74801. I'll wait. 74801. Please sign up to volunteer. Please show up to do the work. Please be part of this movement for real. Help us send Abdul where he belongs, to the United States Senate this November. If you are here tonight and you disagree with us, that's all right. You're still welcome. This campaign has a place for everyone. We only ask that you remain respectful and allow the program to continue so that all voices may be heard. Now, with that said, are y'all ready for a show? All right, well, let's get right down to it. It is my great honor to introduce Grand Rapids City Commissioner Lisa Knight.
Somebody said keep it going, so I'm going to say, I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, but like that river I've been running ever since. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know. Come on, y'all. As I stand before you all today, not just as your second ward commissioner, but as a resident who sees the daily struggles and the immense potential of our community, I'm reminded of why we do this work. In the halls of local government, I've learned one fundamental truth. True change doesn't trickle down. It bubbles up from the people who care. It's the people who listen and the people who have the courage to speak truth to power. We are living through a cycle of progress that demands more than just our votes. It demands our voices. And when I look at the work we're doing here in Grand Rapids, fighting for housing, environmental justice, and transparency, I see the building blocks of a better future. But progress is fragile. It requires us to stand up, unyielding for the most vulnerable amongst us. Dr. Martin Luther King taught us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. He reminded us that the time is always right to do what is right. Today, our democracy is being tested. We see the consequences of cruelty in the detention of our neighbors and the systemic barriers erected against our families. But if we are to honor the call for justice and mercy, we have to recognize that a safe space for all is not just a goal, it is a non-negotiable standard. We cannot build a community where one person is excluded or marginalized without diminishing the humanity of us all. That's why I'm standing here today to support Abdul El-Sayed for U.S. Senate. We need a leader who understands that the only way to build a real cycle of progress is by ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table. Abdul is not just a politician who waits for polls to tell him what to believe. He's a person who understands that true power comes from integrity, vision, and the willingness to fight for the people who are too often ignored. He understands that our democracy is not something we inherit, but something we build day by day through relentless advocacy and compassion. When we talk about serving with justice and mercy, we are talking about the soul of our nation. We're talking about fighting for health care, protecting our environment, and ensuring that no child goes hungry because of political gains. Abdul brings that same fire, that same unwavering commitment to the principles of equality and human dignity that we so desperately need in Washington. So I ask you, let us be the ones to break the cycle of apathy. Let us be the ones to protect our democratic institutions. Let us stand together with justice as our compass and mercy as our guide, to send a leader to the Senate who will finally speak the truth for all of us. Let's work together and let's do this together. Come on.
Let's keep it going for Lisa Knight. Next up, it is my great honor to introduce Grand Rapids City Commissioner Marshall Kilgore.
Well, hey. Oh, come on, give it to me. How you doing? Hey! I need to hear you holler. You doing all right? I am Commissioner Marshall Kilgore. I proudly represent the south side of Grand Rapids. I'm the youngest person. All right, any Southsiders? I am the youngest person ever elected to the Grand Rapids City Commission. And the first openly LGBTQ+ individual. Thank you. And let me tell you something. I know a little bit about beating the powerful. I know a thing or two. When I ran for office a few years ago, I went up against a wealthy businessman who was writing tens of thousands of dollars in checks to his own campaign over and over. We didn't have millions of dollars, but we had grit, we had hard work, we had sweat, we had tears, and we had our neighbors and community. And we knocked on doors. We told the truth. We organized. We built a movement, much like I'm seeing here tonight. And when the votes were counted on my race, I won by nearly 60%. So, I know firsthand, money can buy ads, but money cannot knock every door. Money cannot look at a grandmother in the eye and listen to her concerns. Money cannot replace the power of a neighbor who says, I am with you. And that is why I am so proud to stand with Abdul, with all of you all tonight. Because while our competition is pouring tens of millions of dollars into this race, from outside interests and even foreign interests, Abdul is doing something much more powerful. He's meeting people where they are. He's listening. He's organizing and building a campaign by people, not billionaires. And let me tell you something, that is how you beat the powerful. You do it one conversation at a time, one door at a time, one community at a time, and one vote at a time. Because the people are not powerless. I represent the south side of Grand Rapids, a community filled with working families, black families, immigrant families, young folks, and we are tired of being asked to wait. They want us to wait for clean air. They want us to wait for good jobs. They want us to wait for affordable housing. They want us to wait for a government that actually sees us. And today I say, no more. We need a partner in the United States Senate who understands the south side of Grand Rapids is not an afterthought. We need someone who understands that frontline communities are not campaign talking points. We need someone who will fight for the people who are too often ignored, too often overlooked, and too often told that their problems are simply too big to solve. So tonight, I want to ask y'all a few questions. Are you ready to fight for the people? Yes or no? Keep giving me a yes. Are you ready to stand up to the powerful? Are you ready to send Abdul to the United States Senate? Let's make sure, that's right, let's make sure they hear us all the way from Grand Rapids to Lansing to Washington, D.C. When I say the people, you say have the power. The people. Louder, the people. Louder, the people. Thank you. Let's do this.
Let's keep it going for Marshall. And now, please join me in welcoming a nurse who fights for his patients the way Abdul fights for the people of Michigan, National Nurses United Vice President Erin McCormick.
What's going on, Grand Rapids? I said, what's going on, Grand Rapids? Yeah. First, I want to thank our allies in the struggle, Commissioners Knight and Kilgore, Senator Bernie Sanders, Representative Alexandria, and our future United States Senator, Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Yeah! Yeah! I had to get that picture. My name is Erin McCormick. I'm a registered nurse. I am the president of the Michigan Nurses Association, and I am proud to be the vice president of National Nurses United, the largest union of registered nurses in this country. And we're in this fight with you all because it's not your fight, it's not my fight. It's our fight. Why? Because we know we're living through a billionaire-driven assault on working people. Billionaire and corporations have rigged our economic and political system against the people. For too long, everyday people have fallen further and further into financial stress. Healthcare costs keep rising. Energy bills keep going up. Let's not talk about groceries. Housing costs, wow. And while working families struggle, the rich keep getting richer. But I have news. It doesn't have to be that way. That's why National Nurses United released our vision for a healthy society. Not what billionaires want us to accept, but what the people deserve. Housing is a human right. Education is a human right. A union job with a living wage is a human right. And most importantly, something dear to my heart, healthcare is a human right. That's why we need Medicare for all. Not tomorrow, today, because we don't have time to wait. We need healthcare champions in office, leaders who ignore healthcare lobbyists and who listen to working people. Abdul El-Sayed is one of those leaders. We've also seen devastating effects of corporate domination on our planet. Come on now, look around. Wildfire smoke, dangerous air, climate change accelerated for profit. While billionaires squeeze us at the pumps and corporations try to reshape our communities, they threaten our right to clean air, clean water, and a safe environment. We cannot let this continue, people. That's why we're fighting back. We cannot keep putting patients at risk so hospital executives can collect bonuses and insurance companies can maximize profits. We need to invest in our communities, not spend billions fueling endless wars. We need to stop ICE attacks on our communities and our neighbors. That's why nurses in Maine were in the streets. That's why nurses in New York were in the streets. California was in the streets, and right down the street in Alma. That's why nurses were in the streets. That's why nurses are organizing across America. We're building a movement that can change this country. The only question is, will you do your part? Nurses will keep fighting for the future that we deserve. But now, Grand Rapids, are you ready? Our next speaker has never backed down from a fight for working people. She's taking on corporate power. She's fought for health care, workers' rights, economic justice, and she's inspired millions of people to believe the government should work for everyday people, not just the wealthy. No, not just the well-connected. No. So Grand Rapids, let's make some noise. Please give a huge Michigan welcome to the Congresswoman from New York, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Change the world? Are you all ready to transform Michigan? Are you all ready to elect Dr. Abdul El-Sayed to the United States Senate? Good evening, Grand Rapids. It is such a pleasure and a privilege to be here with all of you today. And I'm especially happy to be here with my dear friend and the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan, Dr. Abdul El-Sayed. Grand Rapids, we know why we're here. We are here, pa que tú lo sepas. Grand Rapids, we know why we're here. We are here because in November, Democrats have to win a majority in Congress. A majority in the House, and we've got to fight like hell for a majority in the Senate. Because we need a firewall against an administration that is hell-bent on tearing down in 4 years what it took us 250 years to build. And we saw it just a few nights ago in the president's primetime address. Now, for most of you who wisely tuned it out, Donald Trump spent most of his speech rehashing the same big, old, tired lie that he allegedly, or actually, quote unquote, won the 2020 election. And we know what he's doing. He will stop at nothing to stay in power. He will tell whatever lies he needs to tell. He will break whatever laws he needs to break. And if we do not take back the House and the Senate this fall, we're going to make it a whole lot easier for him and his cronies to do that. So Michigan, we have no time to waste. The question is not if we need to win this majority. The question is how do we win a durable majority in Congress? How do we make our country a land of opportunity and affordability for the working class once again? And to answer that question, we have to look inward. We have to be willing to name the mistakes that got us in this mess in the first place. Because it wasn't just that Donald Trump won. It was that Democrats lost. And the moment we are willing to admit and name some of the causes of that is the same moment that we can start turning the ship around and getting things right and getting our country back on track again. Because we, as Democrats, have a responsibility to win and to make working people's lives better. Now, Michigan, you have a front row seat to some of the causes that have driven much of the desperation and difficulty of this time. Causes like horrible trade deals that sold out the American working class and hollowed out communities across the state of Michigan. Another cause was record income inequality, exemplified in the Great Recession and spurred on by the unchecked greed of Wall Street. And yes, yet another was the suite of shameful and quiet and under-addressed bigotries, racism, sexism, fear of our neighbor, that seem to rear their head every time we get closer to bridging our differences. But Michigan, we're not going to allow that fear to define us anymore. We have to free ourselves. We have to free ourselves from that kind of desperate hatred and fear, because the only point of it is to get us to turn against one another so that we don't see who's actually fleecing our pockets in this country. It's the billionaires, it's Trump, it's the Epstein class. And if we're going to defeat them, if we're going to hold them responsible, if we're going to bring justice, and if we're going to put money in our pocket, we have a responsibility to dismantle the fear and suspicion against our neighbors everywhere we see it. It's the only way, Michigan. And there's more. Not only have all of these causes contributed to this moment, but the biggest that all of these are a part of as well is a system. Because both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party over decades have become completely enmeshed in a corrupt campaign finance system that has stopped serving working people. Our entire electoral system has become consumed by big money. And now, thanks to this administration and this corrupt Supreme Court, it is now worse than ever before. And instead of putting voters first, with little exception, Washington now elevates the desires of lobbyists and powerful corporations at the expense of all of us. And what does that mean in practice? It means a government by, and for the oligarchs. It means real wages falling behind and the prices of everything skyrocketing. It means our water, food, and air are getting poisoned and making us sick because it is padding the profits of major corporations. It means developments like unchecked data centers popping up over public groundwater supplies and delicate aquifers with little transparency, compromising the drinking water and jacking up electricity bills while communities pay the price. We're living with masked ICE paramilitary agents shooting Americans in the street. A president and an administration so corrupt they don't even pretend to hide their self-dealing anymore. Members of Congress and Trump insiders getting themselves rich on insider trading and Polymarket and Kalshi on their own insider information while you can't even pay your rent or your mortgage. And one of the most atrocious examples of this that we have witnessed for now 3 years, a genocide in Gaza, committed with American bombs and financed by our American dollars, while kids here at home have to ration inhalers because the politicians say healthcare is too expensive. And now, big money is flooding our political system more than ever before. Why? Because they want to make sure that none of this ever changes. That's their goal. And that's always been their reliable playbook. And we're seeing it right here unfold here in Michigan. Special interests think that during the governance time, they can do all of these things, and then they can just turn around to dump millions of dollars just a few weeks before an election, spamming your televisions and stuffing your mailboxes with glossy ads because they think you won't know the difference. But I've got to tell you something, Michigan. That $50 million isn't for free. They want a return on their investment. It's not charity. It's not for nothing. It's to keep your health care more expensive, your wages low, your housing continue to be unaffordable so that they can continue to pad their pockets. $50 million is chump change to maintain this system as it is. And that's what the price of it all is. And people think, genuine people, I see it all the time in Washington. They think that rejecting corporate money and big money is naive. They think that it is too pie in the sky, that there's no way you can win, and that it is foolish to reject big money in an election. That is genuinely the common logic in Washington. But I'm here to tell you something, Michigan. It's not foolish. It's not foolish at all. In fact, rejecting big money is the responsible and right thing to do. It's the only way that we can actually stand up and make the changes that we need to make once we get there. Because once you get to Washington, if you got there with their money, you're not going to turn around and change it. It is the most basic logic in the world. And I believe that Michiganders, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike also believe that good leadership swings for the fences. Strong leadership gets big money out of our system. It takes on corruption that blocks common sense solutions to lift up working people. And it knows that in order to do that, it helps not to take their money in the first place. And while pundits dismiss this idea as naive, I want to give you some facts and some history. The last time Democrats won their largest majority since Watergate was in 2018. And the way that we did it was with 185 candidates across the country, rural and urban, from all over, that rejected corporate PAC money. It's not naive, Grand Rapids is how we win a general election. And it's what you deserve. It's what the people of this country deserve. A government that answers to you first, to voters first, not a dollar first. And yes, compared to how things work today, a government that listens to you more than it listens to a lobbyist is revolutionary. It does seem like a radical departure from what we are experiencing today, and I admit that that's true. But it's the only way that we are going to get better as a country. Because you deserve Democrats that take on big companies, scamming you. You deserve Democrats who lower your bills. You deserve Democrats that put more money in your pocket. You deserve Democrats who fight corporate greed where we find it. And you sure as hell deserve Democrats who will guarantee health care to every American in this country. You deserve a politics that treats the disease and not the symptoms, that doesn't negotiate with corruption but defeats it once and for all. You deserve it, Grand Rapids, because you matter. But we all know that it will not come as a matter of course. This isn't just going to happen, and it won't come by waiting patiently. And it's not going to come by making the same decisions we've always made. This is something we have to choose, Michigan. It is something that everyday people have to elect to do. And right now, we have a very clear choice before us. We can choose to reward the cynics, and we can choose to reward $50 million and counting in dark money trying to buy up this state, or we can choose Dr. Abdul El-Sayed for the United States Senate. Michigan, we can choose a different future. It's waiting in your mailbox right now, and it will be waiting for you and your friends at the polling booth on August 4th. And if we want a different politics, Grand Rapids, we have got to elect different politicians. So I came here to deliver one message, and it is this, that Abdul El-Sayed represents the politics of the future. And if we want to not only win a Senate majority, but a Senate majority that means something for us, one that passes legislation we need, that builds a new coalition big enough to actually change this country, then we have got to elect him. Abdul is a son of Michigan, and that means something, because the integrity we see in Abdul did not begin with Abdul. It began with his parents and the generations of workers that created this state. In the parents who kept their families together through bankruptcy and divestment. In the neighbors who kept showing up for one another when powerful people had written Michigan off. He carries Michigan values in him. And you all knew him before the rest of the country learned his name. You know that when Detroit was coming out of bankruptcy and when the consultants and creditors lined their pockets and picked it clean, when he could have easily gotten a fancy job somewhere, he decided to come home and rebuild the health department. And you know that when kids couldn't see the blackboard, he wasted no time and he got them glasses. He has stood with working people across the state for years. 4 years, and that is why he has earned the endorsement of the UAW. They looked at every candidate in this race and they said, Abdul is our man. So I want to close with this, Michigan. This moment right now is bigger than ideology or party. Because we know that our issues right now are not really about left and right. They're about top and bottom. So when they ask you what the politics of the future look like, you tell them this. You tell them it looks like a doctor who answers to his people and not to his donors. It looks like Grand Rapids. It looks like a year after Republicans gutting $1 trillion out of our healthcare system, from the ACA, Medicaid, Medicare, from making it incredibly hard for small business owners to insure their employees. A year after that, it looks like Michigan electing a public health official to the United States Senate. And when we send him, we're going to fight to improve and expand Medicare to every American, to get big money out of politics, to stand with every worker in this union town fighting for a fair contract, and we are going to make sure that no child in Michigan ever drinks poison water ever again. Thank you, Grand Rapids. I love you. God bless you. And now it is my turn to honor someone and introduce a man who has spent his life trying to bring us all together, Senator Bernie Sanders.
What a turnout! Thank you, Grand Rapids. Let me thank Mexicuba for the music. Aaron McCormick with the Michigan Nurses Association. Thank you, nurses. And Marshall Kilgore and Lisa Knight, city commissioners. And a special word of thanks to the great Congresswoman from New York City, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. and thank all of you for coming out tonight to make sure that we elect Abdul al-Sayed as the next senator from the state of Michigan. Brothers and sisters, I think all of you know that this Democratic Senate primary is not just a contest between two candidates. It is much, much more than that. It is an election in which the whole country is watching. And in fact, many people all over the world are watching, and I'll tell you why. They're watching because they understand that Abdul is taking on not just an establishment candidate, that's one thing. He is taking on the entire billionaire class. And all over this country, at a time when we have never had so much concentration of wealth and power in the hands of a few. These guys own it all. They control the economy, control the media. And now, what they want to do is own the United States Senate as well. So what this election is about is whether the people of Michigan can stand up to the billionaire class and make it very clear they will not buy this election. The oligarchs and their super PACs, AIPAC and the other super PACs, have already spent, 2.5 weeks to go, they have already spent $50 million. Airwaves are flooded with ads telling you how terrible Abdul is, etc., etc. They have unlimited amounts of money, and I know these guys. When I mean unlimited, I mean unlimited. For them, writing out a check for $10 million is like you going out for a cup of coffee. So they have the money. But we have something they don't have. We have the people. And when we stand united and we don't let Trump and his friends divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or what our religion is, when we stand together, there is nothing that is going to stop us. Now, I'm not a political historian, but I do know that right now, unbelievably, Abdul is being outspent 12-1. And it's not that he's not raising money. He's raising a lot of money. But they're outspending him 12-1. And if we stand together and we take on the oligarchs and we take on all of their money, this will be a lesson resonating all over America. We can do it. Now, I don't have to tell anybody, and I wish I didn't have to say this, but it's true, that we are living in an unprecedented moment in American history, an extremely dangerous moment. We have a president who is, in my view, mentally unstable. You know, Spain won the World Cup. I suspect he's going to double the tariff on Spain for having won the World Cup, you know. That is the way he does policy. He is very dangerously an authoritarian who does not believe in democracy or the rule of law. He is a president who is a narcissist. And if he had his way, I expect that half of the buildings in America would be named after him. He is somebody who is a pathological liar. I mean, he may literally, I mean this quite literally, not know the difference between truth and fiction. He is a kleptocrat who has increased his and his family's wealth by billions of dollars. And as Alexandria just mentioned, he is a president who has gone to war against the working families of this country. Can you imagine giving $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%? And in that same terrible bill, throwing 15 million Americans off the health care that they have. And what is true is that thousands of people will die unnecessarily because they're no longer going to be able to get to a doctor. That is the president that we have. But what I will say is that all over this country, working families are rising up, not just because of Trump. They're rising up because they are sick and tired of establishment politics. And they are sick and tired of establishment policies. Because they know, and you don't need a PhD in economics to know this, they know that today we have an economy which has never ever done better for the 1%. While at the same time, in the richest country on earth, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck. I expect that many of you are doing that right now. And what that means is every day waking up and saying, how am I going to afford to pay the rent? And what happens if my car breaks down? How do I get to work? Because I can't afford the $1,000 repair. But if I can't get to work, I lose my job. If I lose my job, what happens to my family? How am I going to afford health care for my kids? And what happens if my mom or dad get sick and they need money for prescription drugs? Can't afford that as well. And maybe, just maybe, after a lifetime of work, my wife and I would like to be able to retire with dignity, but we can't do that because we're spending all of our money trying to stay alive today. So working class people all over this country understand that there's something wrong when the people on top have never done better, while so many of our people are struggling for the basic necessities of life. And these people in America are sick and tired of the status quo. They want change. They want real change. And I'll tell you what else people are sick and tired of. They are sick and tired of wealthy campaign contributors determining who the candidates of the Democratic Party will be. So I say to the Democratic leadership, get your super PACs out of these primaries and let the people decide who their candidate will be. Brothers and sisters, let me tell you, Change is coming. And that is why progressives have been defeating establishment candidates all across America. We've taken on their money and we've beaten them. We have beaten them in the mayor's race in New York City with Saran Mamdani. We have beaten them in the mayor's race in Seattle, Washington. In Washington, D.C. We have won congressional elections and Democratic primaries in Arizona, Ohio, Pennsylvania, California, Montana, Colorado, New Jersey, and New York. And whether they like it or not, we're going to win here in Michigan. Now, I want not only the people in this room, but I want people who may be watching this all over the state, all over the country. We're live streaming it. And I want them to ask a simple question, a very simple question. Why are the billionaires spending $50, $60, $70 million to try to defeat Abdul el-Sayed? And the answer is obvious. They understand quite correctly that when Abdul is elected to the Senate, he will work with me and other progressives to stand up to the greed of the billionaire class. He will stand with me and others to demand that in the richest country on earth, we have an economy that works for all of us, not just the few. Now, I know that in some of the media, they talk about me, they talk about Abdul, they talk about Alexandria as far, far left, extremist, communist, this and that. So let me tell you what the so-called far left agenda that Abdul and Alexandria and I believe in and that you believe in. Are you ready for some really radical, crazy ideas? Abdul is a doctor. He understands that our current healthcare system is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is bureaucratic, it is wildly expensive. We are spending about twice as much per capita on healthcare as people all over the world, and yet we are the only major nation not to guarantee health care to all as a human right. All right, so you're ready for the radical idea? Abdul believes that health care should be guaranteed to every man, woman, and child. And not only does he support Medicare for all, he wrote a book called Medicare for All. And Abdul also understands that the economy today is rigged and that we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had in the history of this country. You know, you remember when we were all in school, we read about the Gilded Age. Remember that? That was Rockefeller and J.P. Morgan and Carnegie and those guys. Remember that? They were incredibly rich, incredibly rich. Truth is that today, the concentration of wealth on the top is far, far worse than it was during the Gilded Age. What Abdul and I and you understand is that it is not acceptable that today the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 93%. And let me tell you something that is even crazier. Right now, you got one man, Mr. Elon Musk, you have heard of Mr. Musk. One man owns 3 times more wealth than the bottom half of American households. And that is a disgrace. That is obscene. That is unacceptable. And Abdul and I are going to change that. Who in America thinks that it is appropriate that so few have so much, while at the same time we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth? That while the very rich get richer, 1 out of 3 senior citizens in this country are struggling economically. That while the people on top own mansions and jet planes and islands, what the economists tell us is that if we don't get our act together, our kids will have a lower standard of living than their parents. And that is what the oligarchs are afraid of. That we are going to stand up and say to them, sorry, this economy is going to work for all of us, not just the greedy few. And unlike the President of the United States, who thinks that climate change is a hoax, Abdul understands that climate change is an existential threat to our planet. And I don't have to tell the people of Grand Rapids or Detroit or Michigan, you've been breathing that filthy air from the forest fires. And Abdul understands that we can create millions of good-paying union jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. And Abdul understands and has written about this and has talked about this, understands that AI and robotics, artificial intelligence and robotics, developed and pushed by the wealthiest people on earth, are the most transformational technologies in the history of humanity. And if we do not stand up to the big tech oligarchs, we stand the likelihood of losing tens of millions of jobs in the next decade. We will see our privacy rights eviscerated because AI will know every damn thing you do. Our democracy will be undermined with deep fakes and everything else. And the mental health of our kids will be endangered. And if AI ever becomes independent of human control, it could threaten the very existence of humanity. Abdul is going to stand up to the big tech oligarchs. And he understands that these technologies have got to work for all of humanity and not just make the very richest people even richer. And Abdul understands that in the richest country on earth, we should have the best educational system on earth. We got any teachers in the room here? All right. I want to see every teacher in America paid the kind of salaries that he or she deserves. In New York City, Mayor Mamdani is making child care free and universal. We got to do that all over the country. And in a competitive global economy, we got to make public colleges, universities, medical schools, nursing schools tuition free. And there is another issue here that all of you are aware of, and it has everything to do with why AIPAC is spending close to $30 million against Abdul right now. Now, in my view, Israel had the right to defend itself from a terrorist attack, but it did not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. It did not have the right to kill 73,000 Palestinians, most of whom were women, children, and the elderly. It did not have the right to injure and wound over 173,000. It did not have the right to destroy virtually the entire infrastructure of Gaza, the schools, the health facilities, the water systems, the wastewater plants, the electric grid. It did not have the right to damage or destroy, if you can believe it, 92% of the housing units in Gaza. In other words, Israel did not have the right to commit genocide. And it did not have the right to escalate its violence and annexation of the West Bank while the world's attention was focused elsewhere. What Abdul understands, what the vast majority of the American people understand, what I understand, is that we must not give one nickel more of U.S. taxpayers to the extremist government in Israel. Not another nickel. Now, AIPAC may not like that, but that is what the American people want. They want us to invest in education, child care, not in the Netanyahu government. Now, brothers and sisters, the entire country is watching this election, so there's an enormous responsibility on your shoulders. And again, I don't know, I honestly don't know whether any candidate running for a Senate seat who has outspent at least 12-1 has won an election. That's unbelievable. But we can do it. Now, they got unlimited money, but if we mobilize our people, and I have honestly seen this, I've seen this in New York City when Mamdani won, there were 100,000 people knocking on doors. I've seen it in Colorado, we've seen it in New Jersey, we've seen it all over this country. They got the money. But when our people are on the phone talking to their neighbors, going to the polls, bringing their friends to the polls, we win. So that is what this election boils down to. It boils down to money and oligarchy versus democracy and the people. So tonight I am asking all of you to do everything you can in the next 2.5 weeks to make certain that Abdul El Sayed is the next U.S. Senator from Michigan. And now it is my honor, my pleasure to introduce to you the next United States Senator from the great state of Michigan, Abdul El Sayed.
And still I see no changes. Can a brother get a little peace? It's war on the streets and a war in the Middle East. Still a war on poverty. They got a war on drugs so the police can bother me. And I ain't never did a crime I ain't have to do. But now I'm back on the line, spinning back to you. Don't let them jack you up, back you up, track you up, and then smack you up. You gotta learn to hold your own. They get jealous when they see you with your mobile phone. But tell the cops can't touch this. I don't trust this. When they try to rush, I bust this. That's the sound number 2. You can say it ain't cool. My mama didn't raise no fool. And as long as I stay black, I got a stage back. And I never get to lay back. Cause I always gotta worry about.
Thank you. Y'all too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, West Michigan! 2,768 of you showed up tonight on a Sunday night to stand for our democracy. I want to give a special thank you. So first of all, our musical guests today, they were on fire. You heard from our incredible commissioners, Lisa Knight and Marshall Kilgore. Presidents of the Michigan Nurses Association, Aaron McCormick. And I also want to thank a couple of our incredible West Michigan labor leaders who are here. Ryan Bennett of the UA Plumbers Local. Courtney Phillips of the UFCW. And Tom Burke of IATSE Local 26. Who, by the way, our IATSE union is producing this whole event tonight. So thank you. If you want it done right, you want it done well, get yourself a union. And of course, the indomitable, incomparable Congresswoman out of the Bronx. I didn't even say her name, y'all. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And then, of course, the OG himself who's been preaching the good word about Medicare for all. Our Senator, Bernie Sanders. And my name is Abdul Rahman Muhammad Al-Sayyid. They tell me I'm unelectable. They tell me I shouldn't have run for office. They tell me there's no way I can win. But they ain't been to West Michigan. Now look, y'all, I know, I get it. A lot of Democrats wringing their hands. They tell you they're so worried that I can't win. Let me tell you what they're really worried about. They're worried that I will win. And that's because I was never supposed to run for office. That was not part of my life's plan. I mean, my parents gave me an 11-letter first name. It's got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't even know they have. Everyone was saying, your throat's really sore. I was like, I kept saying my name. I wanted to be a doctor for as long as I can remember. And that's because when I would travel to Egypt, where my folks came from in the summers, it'd take me 15 hours to get to sit with the wisest, smartest person I ever met my whole life. It was my teta Soad, my grandmother. She never got to go to school. 9th of 14, born and raised in a time and a place where girls like her didn't get that opportunity, however brilliant they clearly were. She gave birth to 8 kids. 2 of them died before their first birthday. An aunt and uncle I never got to meet, a brother and sister that my father watched pass before he turned 5 years old. Now, my grandmother, when I would sit with her, she had this sharp, brilliant way of teaching you what mattered. And I remember she'd point to one of my cousins, that one's smarter than you. Point to the other one, I didn't have to tell you this, is taller and better looking than you. Third one, that one's nicer than you are. Fourth one, that one's faster than you are. Fifth one, all my cousins had something on me. And I would ask at the end of this, what do I got going for me? She said, you have the best thing of all. What's that? You get to go back to America at the end of the summer. The rest of your cousins stay here. Now, when you run for office with a name like mine, praying like I do, people like to come out of the nether regions of the internet, trying to talk about, oh, you hate America. No, don't get it twisted. I love America. I know exactly what America gave to me. I know what my life would have been but for America. But I also love America enough to be honest with America. Because I would go 15 hours to Egypt and cross a 10-year life expectancy gap. I didn't have to go 15 hours. I could go 15 minutes from where I grew up, north or south, and I'd cross the same 10-year life expectancy gap. Kids whose families have been here far longer than mine never got the opportunities I got. I love America enough to demand that America be America for all of her kids. And I thought I would do something about that 10-year life expectancy gap as a doctor. Went off to medical school to learn how to heal, only to realize that our healthcare system was itself part of the problem. Watching as this system built to monetize you when you get sick, chewed up and spit out the people who needed it most. And I realized that I wanted to be a part of the solution. So rather than work in the system, I wanted to work on the system. So when I graduated medical school, and yes, I really did graduate medical school, and all my classmates went off to residency, did residencies, became specialists like normal people, I decided to go into public health. You know, if you breathe the air at all, or you've gotten the report from a local toilet about the current circumstances and cyclosporiasis, I think we all could use a little bit more public health right now. I got to rebuild Detroit's health department after it got shut down when the city of Detroit went through bankruptcy. Forced to shut down a 185-year-old health department in a city with a higher infant mortality rate than my father's native Egypt. Across my work leading Detroit's Department of Health, Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, we thought outside the box about what public health could be. When we found out that 30% of our kids would test positive for vision deficits and come back testing positive again next year, we realized we could do something about it. We put optometrists in vans outside of schools so we could guarantee every child a free pair of glasses who needed one. Took on some of the biggest corporate polluters in our state. Now, if you were to drive south to Ohio, not that I recommend anybody do that, but you might cross southwest Detroit, you might come upon this skeleton city with all this smoke. That's Marathon Petroleum. Biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the whole state. Wanted to raise their emissions. And we organized with the local community. We stood up, forced them to invest $10 million of their own dollars to reduce emissions when they had wanted to increase them. After Flint, we had every school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water. You'll never believe it. The first 68 schools we tested, 19 tested positive for lead. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County. Put Narcan in vending machines for free in 100 different locations. We built a program to provide free health insurance for new small businesses. And when we found out that our county ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide and that we could eliminate it for a penny on the dollar, guess what we did? We set aside $7 million to erase up to $700 million of medical debt for 300,000 people. Biggest medical debt erasure in Michigan state history. And I'm never going to forget that day sitting in my office in downtown Detroit when this administration decided to freeze federal funds. I'm busy trying to figure out how to make sure the next round of WIC checks go out so we can keep putting food on the table for moms and babies. Trying to figure out how to make sure that people can meet their appointment at a federally qualified health center. Make sure people get vaccines. And I get a notification on my phone that day that after his long career, our current U.S. Senator Gary Peters was retiring. And I thought to myself, isn't it past time that we got a U.S. Senator willing to fight for something? When we win this seat, inshallah, I'm going to be the first Democratic doctor elected to the U.S. Senate since 1969. First ever public health official elected to the U.S. Senate. And look, if you've ever wondered why the guy who runs health for this administration works out in jeans, I think we all probably could agree we need a public health senator right about now. But some of y'all might remember this is not my first rodeo. I ran for governor back in 2018. I was 32 years old, never run for anything in my life. I said, you know what? Let's go big or go home. I went big. I went home. But we earned 340,000 votes. We got outspent 7-1, but earned 2-1 more votes than the governor, 3-1 more votes than Sri Tanadar, who's currently in Congress somehow. And more importantly, we said something at the time I think folks weren't quite ready to hear that has only matured since then. Donald Trump is not himself the disease of our politics. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease, it's the system that allows corporations and billionaires and special interests like AIPAC to buy and sell politicians to rig the system against us. We got to pay more for all we got to buy, get paid less for the work we do, and watch as our tax dollars get misappropriated abroad to drop bombs on other people instead of building schools for our own. So y'all know we got a simple goal. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let the folks in Washington, D.C. spending $50 million hear you. Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Let's talk about what that means. It's a crazy thing that in the year of our Lord, 2026, I'm the only candidate running for U.S. Senate who's never taken a dime from a corporation to run a campaign and never will. And frankly, Grand Rapids, I just think that should be illegal. Because ask yourself this, if DTE is writing checks to both Haley Stevens and Mike Rogers, and Blue Cross is writing checks to Haley Stevens and Mike Rogers, and Big Tech and Big Pharma, who do you think wins? Either way, DTE wins, consumers wins, Big Tech wins, Big Pharma wins, APAC wins. And I think it's high past time that you all win. Now look, I don't have to tell you all this. We're in Michigan. Unions built the middle class. They built the 40-hour work week. They built the weekend. They built the fact that our kids go to school instead of going to work. And they can build them again if we're willing to stand with unions. So it is time to pass that PRO Act and normalize union organizing in every sector of American life. And I don't have to tell you all this, but look, it is no coincidence that we live in a time with historically low union participation and the economy's spitting out billionaires left and right. So let's talk about them billionaires. And I relish the irony that we're doing this in the DeVos Center. So look, it's a lovely center, but y'all better pay your taxes. And I think it is high past time that the billionaires get taxed on their wealth. And then let's talk about the fact that we are paying more and more for less and less every single place we turn. It is because those very same corporations charging us more get to rig the system by buying politicians so that they do their bidding instead of ours. And look, we already fought this fight like 100 years ago. There are already laws in the books that should stop them from becoming monopolies and oligopolies. We just don't enforce those laws. So I think we better stand up, empower the Federal Trade Commission to fight trusts everywhere we see them and start busting trusts again. You don't get to have a monopoly. I'm so sorry. And then I don't know about you all, but you know, when I pay my taxes, I'm not thinking, damn, I can't wait for Israel to get another tank. I can't wait for Egypt to get another bomb. I pay my taxes so kids get schools and kids get health care. We finally paved those roads. So we are going to end the era where we send unconditional military aid to foreign governments. And that means Israel, and it means Egypt, and it means Pakistan and Jordan and UAE and Qatar. Our money should stay here in Michigan to build schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to pave roads in Michigan. It's not that hard. Now look, I say that and everybody's like, it must be because he hates certain people. I don't hate anybody. I love and revere Judaism and the Jewish people. Beautiful faith, beautiful culture, beautiful tradition, beautiful history. And I love and revere Palestinians and their culture and their history. But you know who I'm thinking about most of all? Kids in Grand Rapids, or kids in Detroit, or kids in Kalkaska who need good schools. So excuse me if I don't want to send their money to a foreign government to foreclose on Palestinian rights and do genocide and apartheid. I want to keep it here. That's not about hating anybody. That's about loving everybody. Now look, I'm proud of the work we did on medical debt, really am. But like, medical debt shouldn't exist. Shouldn't be a thing. $225 billion worth, affecting a third of Michiganders. And here's the crazy thing. I don't know if you caught what I said earlier, but you can eliminate medical debt for a penny on the dollar. A penny on the dollar. So y'all doing the math, $225 billion? That's about $2.25 billion to eliminate all the medical debt. And you know, it's interesting. They're spending $52 million on this race, okay? And y'all have heard of a quid pro quo? Well, the quid is the $52 million. $30 million of that is coming from AIPAC. And the individual benefiting from most of that money just gave the pro quo, which of course was to vote to send 3.3 billion of your tax dollars to a foreign government. Now look, let's just go back and follow the math. For that same amount of money, you could have eliminated the whole medical debt in the whole United States. I don't know about you all. I don't want to send my money to kill other people. I want to eliminate the medical debt in America. Now, you know, I go on CNN every once in a while and I get a non-consensual colonoscopy. And then all they ever ask me about is another country. And then they're like, all he's ever talking about is another country. No, I just want everybody to understand that there's an opportunity cost to the money being sent over there, and that is what we can have over here. And finally, the most important thing we can do to guarantee that nobody ever falls into medical debt again is to finally meet the unmet promise of America and to guarantee every single American health care through Medicare for all. Now, y'all, I've been in this business long enough, all right? Every single time you come up with a plan to, I don't know, put glasses on kids or eliminate medical debt or provide people health care, you get some very serious people. And for some reason, they all have side parts. It's like prerequisite to being very serious. And they have a very serious look on their face. Doctor, how are you going to pay for that? You know what they never ask a general drawing up war plans to go to war in Iran? General, how the hell are you going to pay for that? So we find ourselves in this on again, off again war we've been fighting to the tune of what, $500 billion at the behest of the Prime Minister of a foreign government? Burning our tax dollars to raise our gas prices? I don't know about y'all, but I think we need a U.S. Senator who's going to stand up to that general and say, General, how are you going to pay for that? That's why I got a side part, y'all. You take me seriously. Progressive politics, Republican hair. And I think it is high past time that in our government, when you've got public servants who want to put glasses on kids' faces or provide health care, that we find them the money, because that is what that money is for. And then there's the matter of the $500 billion for war, but then we also got to talk about the $252 billion for a rogue agency that should not exist. I traveled to Minneapolis at the height of Project Metro Surge. I wanted to see for myself what it looks like when our government weaponizes itself against a city in our own country. And what I saw is harrowing. But I got to tell you something. It was January and it was -2 degrees outside, and I thought to myself, this has nothing to do with the southern border. Frankly, it has nothing to do with immigration either. ICE has nothing to do with immigration. ICE has nothing to do with the southern border. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. ICE is about weaponizing the idea of immigration against the Constitution itself. ICE cannot be reformed. ICE cannot be retrained. ICE has to be abolished. You're not getting another dime of our money. Not one more dime. Not one more. And I think we owe it to the American public to have a fulsome investigation of all the laws that were broken. And a fulsome understanding of why they were broken. And anyone who broke the law ought to be held accountable to the law. Because the law of this land is the Constitution, and you will not rip up the Constitution over immigration. Now look, I don't know if you've heard, they've taken to calling me dangerous. You hear that? Above and beyond what they're calling me on TV. Now, I don't know why you would call somebody who looks like me from a background like mine dangerous. You ever heard that before? I don't know. It's almost like you're trying to grasp for something. You just don't want to say it. I'll tell you what. Go ask the parents of children who didn't have glasses if I'm dangerous. Go ask the families living underneath the smokestacks of Marathon Petroleum if I'm dangerous. Go ask the folks drowning in medical debt in Wayne County if I'm dangerous. Go ask the folks who didn't have Narcan if I'm dangerous. I'm not dangerous if you're someone who needs government to work for you. But I'll tell you this, if I'm ICE, you damn well better believe I'm dangerous. If you're AIPAC, I'm dangerous. If you're Blue Cross Blue Shield, I'm dangerous. If you're DTE or consumers, you damn well better know I'm gonna be dangerous. If you're Chuck Schumer, trading politicians like trading cards, I'm dangerous. If you think you can control the people, I am dangerous. And I'll tell you this, what they don't understand is that the only reason they will think I'm dangerous is because of you. Is because I want you to be the center of your politics. Because I want government to work for you. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people like it was supposed to be. So go on ahead, call me dangerous. If you're one of those folks trying to make government work for you and you're a corporation, I'm dangerous. But if you're one of those people who needs government working for you, I aim to be the best friend you've had. Now, I'll finish here because this is a unique moment in our history. Earlier this month, we commemorated the 250th anniversary of our country. And it's a moment for reflection. I told you I love America. I know what America did for me. Incredible public schools. Got to go to an incredible public university. I got my medical education paid for by a public agency in the NIH. I got vaccinated against diseases that killed an aunt and uncle I never got to meet. I know what America can do. And at the same time, it's impossible not to reflect on the worst moments of those 250 years as well. Founded on the removal of native peoples. A 3/5 compromise that compromised with the evil of slavery. The fact that for the longest, women had no rights in our democracy. Jim Crow, segregation, homophobia. The fact that even now, we allow too much of that sordid past to pattern the future. The notion that structural racism still patterns whether or not you get to go to a good school. We're still having a conversation of whether or not who you love or how you identify or if you pray or how you pray should pattern what rights you have. But for as many of the evils that we've seen in the past, I want you to reflect on what this country does better than anyone else. It's that we correct. We have the ability to look our worst moments in the eye and say that we're better than that, and that we can fix it. And often we do. And I know that sometimes in our history, that fixing is sold to us like it just happens. It just corrects on its own. But I want you to live in the history of that correcting with the people who did it. Started out as a small group, told by everybody around them that the fight that they were taking on was impossible, that they shouldn't even try, called heretics, told that they'd never succeed. And slowly but surely, they preached the truth that they knew. In rooms small, and then in bigger ones, to more people whose hearts inclined to that truth even if they hadn't heard it yet. People coming together to take on that fight together, to do the work of correcting together, to use the process of democracy together, to ultimately make a truth and render it into the laws of our country when in the past it had been just a glaring error. And right now is a time for correcting. Right now, you've got corporations and special interests who are trucking millions of dollars to undo our democratic process. They're spending all of that money to lie to all of us in the most blatant disrespect to democracy that you can imagine. Why? So that they can keep rigging the system to pick our pockets and monetize us at every single transaction of our lives. They want to convince us that the best we can do is to send our money somewhere else rather than keep it here. That we ought to just give handouts to big corporations while people cannot afford their basic means of a dignified life. They want to tell us that there is no way to fight back, that their money is overwhelming, that our many don't matter. We live in a time of historic inequality, where people are more frustrated than they've ever been, where the screens in our pockets are used to monetize our eyeballs and our eardrums, to make us angrier and further away from the people that they tell us we're connected to. We live in a time where a few huge corporations are building the robots that they want to replace us and to tell us that we should like it. Mike Rogers? You know, he says he's against gender affirming care. And I just gotta ask, y'all see that video? He's trying to make himself look like Superman. I just think that's gender affirming psychological care. He watches that video and he's like, I'm a man. Okay, Mike. Wants to put a data center in your backyard so he can make a video, make him feel himself better than he actually is. We live in a moment where we have to decide where we go from here. Do we want the power of corporations to continue to dominate our lives, or will we stand up for the government of the people, by the people, and for the people that we were promised? Will we allow them to spend their money to dominate our airwaves, to tell us lies, or are we going to stand up and have the conversations that they couldn't dream of having? Will we allow them to continue to pick our pockets for their wealth, or will we stand up and fight for the things we need and deserve together? And so this, my friends, is a showdown between the money and the many. And when they tell us that we cannot have guaranteed health care, we won't back down. When they tell us that they're going to put ice on our streets, we won't back down. When they tell us that they're going to send our money abroad and we can't have good schools, we won't back down. When they tell us that we cannot have representation at work, we won't back down. When they tell us that their money will overwhelm our democracy, we won't back down. When they tell us that our schools are not worthy of our kids' brains and we can't do better, we won't back down. When they tell us that some people don't deserve rights, we won't back down. We will build the movement for our future. We will do it together. We will lock arms past the differences they say can only divide us, knowing that we can have nice things, but only if we do it together. West Michigan, this is a time for correcting. And if we choose to build the next 250, I promise you it can be so much more hopeful, so much more glorious, so much more filled with community than the past 250. That is the world we are building right now. West Michigan, this is our moment. This is our opportunity. This is the time to prove that the power of the many can overwhelm the power of the money. To remember the ideals on which this country was built. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men, should say people, are created equal. And we will prove that we, the people, are equal, if not bigger, than their money, than their power, than their cynicism. And we will build it together. Friends, my name is Abdul. I am running for U.S. Senate. I hope I can earn your support. Thank you so much.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Well, I'm gone. Can I kick it? To all the people who can quest like a tribe does. Before this, did you really know what live was? Comprehend to the track force, why? Cause getting mentions on the tip of the vibe buzz. Rock and roll to the beat of the funk fuzz. Wipe your feet really good on the rhythm rug. If you feel the urge to freak, do the jitterbug. Come and spread your arms if you really need a hug. Afrocentric living is a big shrug. Our life filled with, that's what I love. A lower plateau is what we're above. If you diss us, we won't even think of. We'll nip the dog and give a big shove. This rhythm really fits like a